Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. I just did it on my phone. Yeah. All right. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. It's Sunday morning. Oh.
Everybody is signed in. We've got everything set up. Want to thank you guys for coming out and supporting us. Want to mention our sponsors. Old Florida Citrus was nice enough to donate to $2,000, so we're going to guarantee $1,000.
That's awesome.
Fortunately, the gentleman who drove the company was a little center on his way out, so he didn't have to straighten out. He should be out here a little bit later, so we'll be able to pay him personally. Also, there's some orange juice up here. So I come up and get yourself some orange juice or some water. It's up here for you guys. It's free.
Sneak in real quick. Thank you.
It'll need beer or whatever. You can more than welcome that one in the lounge. Also, you're going to be moving one pair to the right. So once you finish your first game, you're going to be going back to the right. So only 1 and 2 is going to be 1 and 2 is going to be 3 and 4. 5, 4.
Still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
All right, folks. The voice that you heard just a few minutes ago was Ron Richards. That's one of our tournament directors, Southwest Florida Youth Bowling Tournaments. This is the May installment of the Southwest Florida Youth Bowling Tournaments. It's a junior gold qualifier. It's presented by Old Florida Citrus. We've got some action in store for you guys this morning. It's not going to be high scores today. I'm going to say that right off the bat. They got one of the toughest patterns that you can put out for these kids to bowl on today, which they kind of have to. It's a junior gold qualifier. I don't know exactly, but I'll find out. But a handful of these kids are going to get the chance to go to Michigan and bowl in the junior gold tournament. So you can't just put a house shot out for these deals. We've got it's going to be a 5-game qualifier today, and then the top half of we've got 2 divisions. We've got a handicap division and a scratch division. Are going to bowl a 1-game roll type deal, and the top 5, I believe, of each division are going to bowl a top 5 step ladder to determine the winner from each division. The pattern that we've got out today is a 40-foot flat pattern. It's one. There's the same amount on the 2 board as there is on the 10 board as there is on 17 board. So pick a spot and don't miss it. Basically, is how that goes. It's not easy. The practice session yesterday, they put the pattern out. I wasn't in the building for it, but Ron was, and we talked for a few minutes. 12, 13 kids that showed up. So don't expect to see a whole lot of striking going on today. But with that being said, that doesn't mean that these kids are bad bowlers. These kids are all pretty good bowlers. I'm looking around the room. I see some faces that I know, and they're all pretty good bowlers. I see a handful of faces that I don't know, don't run these things everywhere. So there's some kids that there's some that are from out of state in this deal. Practice just got rolling. They've got 10 minutes of practice before they get to bowling. Oh my goodness! If that's not Crystal Stowell's kid, I don't know who is.
Yeah, he came down from Maryland.
Okay. Your son had told me that there were some kids that come down from out of state. So there's a kid on lane 6 named Pierce that's found here from Maryland. Is that the kid that just came off the approach on 5? Okay. Yeah, the gentleman in the white and black getting ready to bowl on 5 is down here from Maryland. Ron, it's a top 5 step ladder for both divisions, right? Handicap and scratch. Doing the top half of each division to the game. Okay. Yep. Okay.
Down at that end is Brooks. He's got the long dark hair. He's going on 9 and 10.
Okay.
Probably the top youth bowler in the state of Florida.
Okay, Daniel Brooks. Keep an eye on Daniel Brooks on 9 and everybody's going to be moving one pair to the right after every game, so he'll go to 11 and 12 after this game. Who else you got down there? I know your son's down there on 11 and 12. Devin Richards. Keep an eye on him. He's one of the top local bowlers.
Gibson Smith on 11 12. James Very, very good bowler.
Okay. Dominic, Gibson Smith, and what was the second one?
James Truhogle.
Okay, James Truhogle on 11 and 12. Both of those guys on 11 and 12 with Devin Richards, both very good youth bowlers. Got Adam Belloff on 1 and 2, very good local bowler. Daniel Lynn bowling with him on. Daniel Lynn is he's on looks like 7 and 8 starting out. Very good local lefty bowler. Trent Gifford is a local guy from 5 and 6. Oops, sorry. There's a lot of people here today. We got a field of basically 42 bowlers, so a lot of their parents are in here watching them too, which is great, but makes it hard to see a couple of things. I'm looking around, I'm trying to see what some people are doing, what some people are throwing. Everybody's just kind of throwing a little bit of everything right now to see what's working and what's not. With this being a flat pattern, I mean, bowlers know, but for those of you that aren't really necessarily bowlers, flat patterns are not easy. You got to be extremely accurate on a flat pattern, both with where you throw the ball and how you throw it. If you were to go and look on some of the other patterns, there's some structure to them. There's some built-in spots where you can throw to, where it'll come back from. We're supposed to throw to. On a flat pattern, that ain't the deal. It's basically pick your best rolling ball and pick a spot and hit it. And make an adjustment from there, really. He's on 7 and 8 too. I saw his dad right here. I couldn't find him. Joseph Ledibar's on 7 and 8. It's a good local bowler too. So he's on fire is what you're telling me then. He's shot 813 and 300 recently. I don't know if you guys can hear Ron that well or not, but he's shot a couple 299s, 289s lately. He shot 789 yesterday. In a tournament or a league? In a league? Nice. Oh, in the Saturday morning league? Where's he bowl at? Okay. He was in here bowling the scratch sweeper after the senior deal about a month ago. Yeah, him and his dad both. He bowled pretty well. while we're still in practice, as I had mentioned, this tournament is presented by Golf sponsors a lot of stuff in this bowling alley. And actually, in the month of May, anytime you come in this bowling alley, you can get a free glass of orange juice basically the entire time you're here. It's kind of one of the things that they throw in. Normally, right about this time, we'd be running the LTC Sunday Shootout, the Lehigh Training Center Sunday Shootout. It's a handicap tournament every Sunday morning. Check-ins at 10, and we bowl at 11. It's 80% to 220, but obviously we're not doing that today with this here. But if you guys want to come down and bowl next week, early, they make a killer breakfast in here. Just had some myself, and it's fantastic. I actually posted the pattern that they have out for today's tournament on my Facebook page, Justin McDonald. And if you wanted to go take a look at it, you'd see most of it is basically forward oil with just a little bit of reverse oil. The forward oil goes out to like 23 feet. The reverse goes out to like 30, maybe 31. But, I mean, there's not a lot of reverse. And anybody that knows anything about ball motion, reverse oil helps the ball slow down. And in order for a ball to strike, it's got to slow down. So basically, if you're throwing it too hard off your hand, it's never going to hook today. Daniel Lynn just threw one. Might have been a shot, a look, but it never. Got about a minute and a half of practice left, it looks like. Are these all the right lane assignments?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to give you guys a run through of who's on what lanes quickly. Starting on lanes 1 and 2, we've got Benson Roney, RJ Malert, Caesar Medina. Lane 2, we've got Adam Belloff, Gavin Hart, Caitlin Knight, and Tyler Wright. Lane 4, Malaya Arroyo, Benjamin Harper, and Ross. Lane 4, Zachary Kemper, Evan Posey, and Logan Tech. Starting on 5, we've got Hunter Stowell, that's Brian Stowell's son, Jacob Bishop Snyder. I believe that is Boog Schneider's grandson. I'm not 100% sure. Casey Ramos, Pierce McLaughlin is on lane 6. Kate Manning, Justin Rose, and Gifford. When did Justin Rose start bowling? I thought that was a golfer. Lane 7 and 8, we got Lexi Lenius, Joseph DeRosa, Jake DeRosa, and Jalen Faust. Emmanuel Guevara II, Daniel Lynn, and Joseph Ledebar. Joseph Ledebar and Daniel Lynn are 2 to watch. 2 good local bowlers. 9 and 10. Let me get Ron a second.
Girls, I'd like you to turn around and give your mom and dad a round of applause, please, because without them, you guys would not be here. Thank you, moms and dads, for bringing them out to support our tournament. Good luck.
All right. Lane 9, Tanner Cylinder, Ian Williams, Edison Greenbaum, and Samantha Gardenhouse. Jackson Day, Daniel Brooks, and Brian Blatt. And then starting on the last pair, 11, Jonah Huckenstein, Caleb Ayala, James Drebel III, Devin Richards, and Dominic Gibson Smith. Those are a couple of the guys that Ron was talking about just a few minutes ago. I'm going to set this back up at the desk. They're probably going to give me a rundown of the scores after they get them in from every game, and I'll give you guys the top 15, 20 after every. And then, depending on how tight things get, I may just give you the top 10 and a couple of highlights after that. All right, some first balls are being thrown down the lane. Somebody started a striker on lane 2. Oh, that was Adam Belloff on lane 2. Hunter Stowell left himself a 7 on lane 5. He's going to try and pick the spare up. Daniel Lynn started with a strike on lane 8. Good spare. Spares are going to be at a premium today because strikes are going to be hard to find, basically. Yeah, I don't know which one's your kid.
The one that's still well.
No, I know. He looks exactly like me. I actually said that on the stream. I was
Stream, so I can send it to the grandparents.
like, Lehigh Lane, and then they have 3 channels. So, I mean, they can switch. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Lehigh Lanes, and then 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12. So they'll catch them for an hour or 2 on this one, and then they'll have to switch. Put a face in between Lehigh and Lanes. And then they'll probably, all 3. They're on 5 and 6 now, so he'll be on the 5 through 8 channel for probably about an hour or so. Yeah, spares are definitely going to be at a premium today because strikes are going to be few and far between for some guys. Don't get me wrong; there's going to be somebody that shoots 220 or 230 here a couple times, but nobody's going to have their way with this bowling alley all day long. There's Pierce Mclaughlin coming up on lane 5. That was a good-looking shot. That was a very good. Oh my goodness, that looks familiar from when the last time I was here, like 3 weeks ago, for the senior event, and the scratch sweeper right after it. That was rough. All right, Adam Belloff coming up on lane 1. Good two-handed bowler. Started the first off with a strike. That one went a little high. Left himself a 10-pin. That's a tough pair of lanes. Anybody that's listened to me talk about that pair of lanes the last couple times that I've done this knows that left lane hooks about 5 or 6 boards more than the right lane. Sometimes it's not that bad on the fresh, but kind of depends. Young man coming up on lane 2 is the bowler out of Naples, RJ. He's getting a lot better as he's been coming along a little bit. On lane 7 throws the ball really good. Daniel Guevara. A nice spare by Jake DeRose on lane 8. Lane 9 started off the game with a strike. See if he can get himself a double. Ooh, almost got himself a second spare in a row after a tough leave. Jackson did throw a double, but I think that ball went Brookline. I'm kind of locked into this little right by the snack machine front counter because there's so many people in here today, which is great. I love seeing it. Adam missed that 10. Daniel Lynn fixing to take the approach on number 7. Started off the first game with a strike. Woof. What example of why this is so I don't know how far that young man missed to the right, but he missed to the right, and it never hooked again. Good hard. Oof. Caden Brenning there on lane number 5 just had a very nice spare after starting off the game with a strike. This pattern is so hard. That was a very nice shot by that young man, Evan Posey, on lane number 3. Started off the game with an open, but that was a very good shot. Oh, there was another. It wasn't really a solid 9-pin like Pierce McLaughlin's, but it was still well, not a 9-pin, but Pierce is about to take the approach on 6, try and recover from that. He didn't make that either. I didn't see that. It was a very good shot there. Joseph Letterbarge made a second consecutive spare to open up this tournament. That's one to watch. You can just sit there and spare like that and get a couple to go down. Randy Ayala down there on lane number 11 just had a nice conversion. We'll walk down there and see how they're doing down there. I can't see much. Excuse me real quick. Richards on the approach, lane 11. On lane 12. Just rang it. Good ball. Dylan Beck getting up on the approach on lane 11. Looks to be throwing the white ghost two-handed bowler. A little outside of target. Didn't. Edison. Good shot. At the Garden House, it's going to come up 9. That ball's a little out. Okay, a little bit of an Dominic. Very well. Punch. Lane 10. He's coming up on lane number 9 and started. This gentleman on that front 3, front 4. All right. Lanes 1 and 2. Adam Belloff's fixing to get up on lane 2. Opened up with a strike and then an open, but he's got a double since then. I think he's going to let Caitlin and Tyler finish before he actually gets up there, though. There's a good spare by Amanda Kang on lane 3. They're tough right now. They're tough right now. And they're probably going to get tougher. The likelihood of them getting easier, not very high. This kid on lane 8 does really good. Good conversion there, too, to pick up the 2-8 there. He let out a big sigh of relief after he did so. Trent Gifford just threw the ball down lane 5. Man, they're tough right now. That ball looked good, and all of a sudden it just to the left. That was a good shot by that little kid, Benjamin Harper, on lane 3. Trent Gifford throws the ball good. He's from up in Fort Myers somewhere. I'm from Naples. I haven't seen this kid before, but he throws it good. A lot of power. Justin Rose, the former PGA golfer turned junior bowler, coming up on lane 6. That was a good ball. That was a good ball. I would have to say that he's probably from out of the area. I don't know who this kid is. Started pretty well, though. Started with an open and then a spare. And then strike, spare, strike. Man, they're tough. Hunter Stowell is up on the approach on lane 5, trying to convert this 6 count that he left himself after the first shot. Get over there. Get over there. Get over there. Ow. That was a really good shot. And started the tournament out pretty good. Turned the board open and a spare. Now she's trying to make her second spare in a row. Adam Belloff ended up getting himself a 3-bagger on lane 2. He'll be up on lane 1 again here in a minute. Edison Greenbaum on 9 and 10 turned the bagger into a 5-bagger. Probably the tournament score-wise better than anybody else in here so far. Pierce Mclaughlin just threw one down lane 5. Yeah, they're tough right now. It looked like a good-looking ball, and all of a sudden it just hooked. I say it looked like a good-looking ball to me, but I don't know what he was really trying to do. Adam Belloff on lane 1, trying to make it a 4-bagger. Oh, that one's right off target. Not going to happen. And they're tough. I know I keep saying that, but I just keep seeing people make single pins pair. A tad to the right. No forgiveness. There's no forgiveness. Especially if you're throwing something plastic at it. That was a good little spare by, who was that? Let's see. Malaya Arroyo. All right, Edison Greenbaum's coming up on the approach on 10. It's the young kid started with the 10, or sorry, front 9. Wow, get it together, Justin. Sorry. Yeah, plastic ball hooked. Nobody else's plastic ball wants to hook. That one did. He's got the front 6. Edison Greenbaum's got the front 6. Let's see. Casey Ramos up on lane 8. You got to make the spares. Joseph Ledebard found something for him. Double, and then that ball just gone. Oh, nice. Good break for Joseph Ledebard on 7. Easily could have. Trent Gifford up on the approach on 5. Ton of power. Got to harness it. Ton of power, but he's got to harness it. On 11. Those balls out a little bit. A good spare by Lexi Lean there. She's done. I saw you ball changed 3 times already. Just roll it. Just tumble it. First, that was Devin Richards. First one down there. He was trying to create too much angle to the front part of the lane. But he still didn't like it. Fair, not fair. And I think that he's trying to get around it too far, too much, and get it to turn. You know, tough stuff. Close reacting ball. Make the adjustment and hit the spot. It's going to go skid foot. Stuff. RJ Malert coming up on the approach on 1, the Naples bowler. Ooh. Jalen is a name that I haven't mentioned yet. And spared double before he had another open just the last frame. 5. The ball's in. Just convert the spare. Nine all the time. That one's tough. Tyler Wright on lane 2. Got himself a strike. Crossed over Brooklyn, but it's lane 9. It started off pretty well. That ball crossed over. Here's McLaughlin up on the approach on 5. Good bowler. Ooh, roll 2 pin. Got Daniel Brooks coming up on the approach on 9 on a double. Emmanuel Guerrera attempting to make it. Converts it. Ooh. I was just about to mention how Dominic Gibson Smith on lanes 11 and 12 had found something. He was working on a 4-bagger in that frame, still on that pink hammer, but let that one get a little right of target. Never came back, and he left a 6 count. Which isn't going to be that big of a deal. Backup ball, that was an interesting decision. On lanes 1 and 2, does the ball really well. She's having it really well. I think that eating her lunch like it does to so many. A couple people on that pair right now. Adam Belloff had made a couple of spares in a row after that 3-bagger and struck in the last frame on the 8th. He's getting up in the 9th frame on lane 2 right now. Didn't look like he liked it off of his hand, but it struck. So he's got a double going into the 10th frame. Turned that into a fairly decent game. Joseph Ledebard struck. Oh, that's a good one too. Yeah, he struck in the 8th, or he struck on lane 8 in the 7th frame, and he just struck on lane 7 in the 8th frame for a double. Kid does the ball good. A lot of power there. Up on the approach on lane 6. Hunter Stowell up there right now on 5, though. Good looking ball. Do it. Left a 2-pin. That's a good ball. Oh, that ball hooked. Wow. Didn't realize it until right now, but Rebel had found something on the left. He's on a 4. Finally got it. So James Drebel is coming up on the approach on lane 12 in the 9th frame, working on a 4-bagger. Because there's a lot of action going on in here. There's a lot of people in here. But the young man that started with the front 6, Edison Greenbaum, went 9 spare in the 7th frame and then struck the approach on lane 9 right now. Dominic Gibson Smith had just left a 4 on the left. pick it up after James trebled. Oh, man. Pins and 9 pins in this bowling alley. And the last 2 times that I've been here calling stuff have been insane. That was a very good shot by James Treble to try and make that 4-bagger into a 5-bagger. And he just blew up an 8-pin. I had to see the replay. One and 2 here in a minute. James Treble to Dominic Gibson. For that matter, Devin Richards too, because he knows this bowling alley. He knows what he's at. That was a very good pickup by Lexi Lenius there to get her filled. Finish up. So I'm going to start reporting scores. The scores that I'm going to give you are just scratch. There. Lanes 3 and 4. Amber King shot 145 for 270. Handicap. For Zach Brill to and to finish off his game. 118 scratch. And there's, so I believe he was in the scratch division. Just finished up on 1 and 2, and he went 7 spin for 201. I believe a scratch score. Jose DeRosa on lane 8. Picked up his spare and got himself a fill ball. Manuel Guevara. Kid throws a ball good. And that wasn't his best shot, but the kid throws the ball good. RJ Malert got the first 2 in the 10th on lane 2. Get the scratch. Would give him leave to away with his handicap and an 8 count. So that's one. I've seen that. Boy. Evan Posey on lane 3 finished with 112. Leah Arroyo on 3 and 4, I believe, shot 115 scratch. Yeah, 115 scratch, 202 with her handicap. Benjamin Harper shot 133 scratch. Russell Boss is up there to try and spare a gutter leave in the 10th frame. Very close to doing so. Got an 8 count out of it. It's going to be a 72 scratch, but a 206 with a handicap. On lane 3, Logan Tegg got the first 2 in the 10th, giving him a 6-bagger. Just let the last one go. A back 7. That was a good finish to that game. Back 7 for 224 scratch. Good finish. Good finish. All right. Jackson Day on 9 and 10 shot a 187. That's a scratch entrant. Daniel Lynn on lane 7 attempting to pick up a 7-pin in the 10th frame. himself a fill ball. Hunter Stowell shot a 99 scratch the first game. It's going to be a 228 for this handicap. Daniel Lynn did pick up this 10 or the 7. If he strikes in the fill ball, it's a 173 scratch, and that's a scratch entry. Tyler Wright just finished his first ball in the 10th frame on lane 1 and struck. If he gets 4 scratch. Caden Browning in the 10th frame. Just let that one go. Crossed over Brooklyn, left a 5 pin. Be a 141 scratch. Justin Rose on lane 5 for the 10th frame. If he strikes out, it's 206 scratch. Joseph Ledebar opened the 9th frame. He just rocked an 8-pin. I guess I should get used to that if I'm going to come up here and do this all the time. Seeing people leave rock solid 8-pins. That was a really good shot. I can't believe he did that. Oh, no. He missed. That's a 180 scratch for Joseph. Justin Rose left. I think that was a 10-pin and picked it up. And if he strikes in the fill ball, he's going to shoot 127 scratch. It's going to be 198 with his handicap. Missed that whole pair finishing. James Drebel III went strikes pair in the 10th frame for 216 scratch. Randy Ayala shot 138. Devin Richards is up with a double going into the 10th frame right now. Dominic Gibson Smith had opened in the 9th frame, unfortunately. Devin Richards got himself into what looks like a Zen ball. And just left a 2-8. 5, which is not bad for not throwing a strike until the 8th frame. Gifford. That was tough. That was tough.
Oh, so we keep going without saying, you'll just walk through and check it. Thank you.
So Devin Richards did pick up 2-8. He's got a fill ball here. Gibson Smith, sorry. Your son shot 180. Dominic Gibson can strike 92. He's gotten away from that urethane ball. And he crunched that one. Kid throws the ball good. Dominic got the second one in the 10th frame. So if he gets this last one, it's 192. We're moving around. People are fixing to get rolling in the second game already. A couple of shots have already gone down the lane. Give Ron's writing all the scores down. He's fixing to go enter them into the computer. So as soon as I see him pop back out of the office, I can pull up the standings and give you a rundown of who's where after the first game. All right. Hunter Stowell getting up on the approach on lane 8 for the first game. Like that one. Pierce Mclaughlin doing the same thing on lane 7. That's a good looking ball. Yeah, that was crunched. Amanda Kiang on lane 6 makes her spare. Did I see that right? Yep. Good shot. Interesting storylines from game 1 to 2. How the guys and girls that just came off of 1 and 2 going to do on 3 and 4, and how are the people, the guys, most of the guys, I think it was all dudes, guys, boys, whatever.
What'd you do? 164.
Just want to take a minute. My kids, hi JC, hi Corey, hi Charlie. Say hi to Brooklyn, but she's out on a boat with her boyfriend or whatever it is.
I told him he has a weird thing. He just started. Oh well, yeah. I get it.
That was a good shot by Pierce Mclaughlin there to start out the second game. A plethora of strikes down the. Sorry. Caleb. Evan Posey. That looked like the old gold ball. The old gold ball. I mean, and then there's been like 5 gold balls that have come out since that ball, but looked like the old gold IQ. It was a good spare by Devin Richards to start off the first game. Or the second game, sorry, on lane 1 and 2. I should get some coffee. That's what my deal is.
No back today? No one in the back?
Coffee, please. Not quite that big, but yeah, please.
Who's really steady is just stay at the back
Logan Tague on 5 and 6 was the kid that finished with the back 7, I believe, from 3 and 4. Seems to have found himself something here. Started off this game with a spare and a strike. Pierce Mclaughlin coming up on the approach on 7 and started off with the front 2. I did not, as I was looking, thank you, sir. As I was looking all over the place, but the gentleman bowls right behind him also did so. Oh, that one's out. And that is how easy it is. That's how easy it is.
So you got roped into this?
I volunteered to do it because I bowl ball.
I know. First of all, I didn't know how you worked.
Stepped on a tape measure. Not like just la-di-da, stepped on a tape measure. Like you could basically say I jumped on the tape measure, but I stepped on the tape measure and broke my foot.
How many places?
Just one, thankfully, but it's in a crappy spot. I think just been trying to get in here. Adam Belloff. There's no timetable right now. It's basically, I need to get in there for an X-ray like this week, but it's basically like we're doing X-rays every 4 weeks, and we're kind of just going from there right now. It don't hurt at all, honestly. I mean, I wear this stupid shoe thing so my foot doesn't flex. I haven't tried to put a real shoe on and see what it's like to walk in it. But
Still working?
yeah, I haven't. I missed like an hour of work total. And then went into work.
They got you on light duty?
Yeah, basically, I have this little knee scooter thing. I'd have brought it in here, but there's too many people. It's too small in here. But I have this little knee scooter thing that I scooter around on. And I was in the I work in a warehouse at a lighting store, and I was in the warehouse by myself for like 2 months before they hired. So it's like basically since he started, I've just been rolling around and telling him, here, grab this and bring it over here, and grab that and bring it over here. We'll talk about why we did that here in a minute.
You've been there for a long time, right?
Yeah, like 7 years almost.
Yeah, I saw the Facebook post. I was like, where's this motherfucker get to his foot?
Yep.
Right before proprietors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that's how this whole deal started. I was in here watching match play, and I was kind of getting a little bored, even though it was good. And I told Dennis, I was like, fixing to give this deal a commentator, and he was like, go for it. And then, like, the next weekend or the weekend after that or whatever was that senior event, and I came up here and did that.
Sound better than Larry.
That's hilarious.
I'm sorry, man.
It's slightly scratching the itch because I can't tell you how bad I need to throw a bowling ball right now.
Here I got it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I will back. I went through a swamp where I couldn't bowl shit out.
Right.
Now I can throw a ball like I used before. I can do really good.
Right. Mind your way, Ron. Ron's back out of the office, so I'm going to pull up the standings. All right, so standings after the first game. This is the Handicap Division. There was 21 handicap entrants, so we're going to take the top 10 to the one-game position round game after the fifth game. But the first game, first place, Edison Greenbaum was a gentleman that started off with, I believe he had the front six before he threw us. He left a spare in the seventh frame. He shot 226 scratch, but 270 with his handicap. And then Lexi Lenius came in second place with a 232. Hunter Stowell in third with a 228. Benjamin Harper in fourth with a 227. Joseph DeRosa in fifth with a 224. Amanda Kiang with a 217 in sixth. We got a tie for seventh place between Ian Williams and Jake DeRosa with a 211. Ninth place is going to be Jalen Faust with a 210. And 10th place is going to be Tanner Solender with a 209. Your first guy out right now is RJ Malert, bowler from Naples. He's 2 pins behind 10th place with a 207. And then 11th, or I'm sorry, excuse me, that was 11th place. 12th place is going to be Russell Boss, 1 pin behind RJ with a 206. And then 13th place is a couple of pins behind. So is Malaya Arroyo with a 202. I'm going to switch over to the scratch. In the scratch division, we also had 21 entrants in the scratch division. We're going to take the top 10 to the roll-off game. First place was Logan Tegg, was the young guy that was on 3 and 4 through the back 7 to finish that game. He shot 224. And then second place was James Drebold. Started on 11 and 12. Was down there with Devin Richards. He shot a 216. Adam Belloff in third place with a 201. Pierce Mclaughlin had that 192. He's in fourth place. Dominic Gibson Smith had a 191. Is in fifth place. Daniel Brooks in sixth place with a 188. 7th place, Jackson Day with a 187. 8th place was Devin Richards with a 185. 9th place was Justin Rose with a 184. 10th place was Joseph Ledabar with a 180. That's your cut line. Next couple out, Emmanuel Guevara. Kid throws the ball really good. I believe that he's started with the front 3 on lane 9, so watch out for that kid. He shot a 175 the first game. 12th place was Daniel Lynn with a 173, and then 13th place was Brian Blatt, shot a 171. Nobody's next place is 9 pins behind him. It was Tyler Wright. And as I look around, as we're about 4 frames into the second game, Emmanuel Guevara is on 9 and 10. That was the kid that was basically the bubble boy of the scratch division. He started with the front 3. He's fixing to get up on the approach on 10, trying to make the front 4. Here's Mclaughlin, just threw the 5th one down lane 7 and left a 10 pin. Yeah. Caden Brenning, who's right behind Pierce as far as the order goes and when they bowl, has started this game with the front 4. Up between this 10 pin. Emmanuel Guevara left looks to be a 9 pin. I don't know if it was one of those crazy blower 9 pins. Jonah Huckins started with the front 2. His Naples, I just can't remember his name. Jonah 9 counted there with a 4 pin, looks like. That works. Sorry if I was just making a bunch of noise with the mic. It's squeezing my head and it's hurting me. Adam Belloff is coming up on the approach on lane 4. He's not started this game off the best, but he did just have a strike in the 5th frame. Caden Brenning missed his target on the attempt to make it a 5-bagger to start this game, and it left him a 4 count. Or he got a 4 count, so he's got 6 up there still to shoot at. Devin Richards taking the approach on lane number 2. Started this game off with a couple of spares and then a strike in the 3rd game. Looks to still be throwing that Zen ball. And he's doing it two-handed, too. And he kicks the 4-pin late to make it a double. Good shot. I know that he's always been a two-handed kid. He may be switching back and forth between the 2. Ooh, Adam. Not ideal, buddy. He knows it. He's not happy about it. It's safer back here. It's safer back here. That was a good shot. Oh, yeah, they part the like C for me. That was a good shot by Dominic Gibson Smith. Right. Gavin Hart is about to take the approach on 4. Started this game out with an open and then a double before he had a couple more opens, but those are all pretty good. Two-handed kid. I mean, that was a good ball. I think he's just kind of in the wrong part of the lane for what ball he's trying to throw. Oof. RJ Malert is having himself a game right now on 3 and 4. He started out with a split, picked it up, threw a strike, threw another split, picked it up, then he threw a double, now he's getting a split. Picks this up. That'll be something. Nope. Caitlin Knight's having a much better game this game. She's throwing a UC3 now. Probably the right play for her, honestly. It's probably the right play for most people. Very controlled. It's basically a urethane ball. She started out the game with a spare and a strike and open, and then had another strike and then a spare, and then just struck right there. See if Medina can make this a double. Not quite. Almost.
And then after it's just a bunch of green buttons. And then go.
That ball that Evan Posey on 5 and 6 is throwing really looks like that original goal back here. Sorry, bud. A very good ball by Russell Boss right there on lane 5. That was a good shot, kid. Well, that makes it a double for him. Nice. James Dreffel inside target.
Who's right?
Daniel Lamp on the approach on lane 9, start out the strike and 3 straight spares, trying to get back on the strike train. That was a very good shot. Him and Emilio going pretty well. Mclaughlin started off with a double in this game. He's kind of started struggling a little bit. He made a couple spares. He's got a couple opens too. One of them happened to be with a gutter ball in the first frame, or in the first shot. Joseph Letibar on 9 and 10 started to struggle. Started this game struggling, but looks like he's turning it around here. Caden Brenning has got himself a try and pick up. Started out this game in a row. See if he can make this one and keep it clean. Ooh, Hunter Stowell just left. The toughest sleeves that there is. Caden hit that spot on the twig that just doesn't, it ain't hooking back from out there. It ain't coming, unless you play straight up with your thing. Devin Richards trying to get back on the strike train after an open in the 5th frame. Yeah, that was a good ball. That was a good ball, too. Dominic Gibson Smith coming up right behind him on lane 2 has the 3-bagger going into the 6th frame. I don't know if the purple or the irritant hammer. I don't know what he's got now. Oh, that's a hammer redemption solid. That's a good looking ball. Bit inside and left himself a 6-7-10. Dominic Gibson Smith picked up his 7 count. He hasn't opened in this first frame, but he's clean since then, including a 3-bagger. James Drebel is going to have a really hard time picking this up. Came close, though, actually. Dylan Beck up on lane 2 right now. Two-handed bowler. That ball looked good, but it was left to target. It crossed over. Jonah Huckenstein coming up on 3. Had a strike in the 6th frame on lane 1. He opened the game with a double before he had an open. Caitlin Knight is attempting to pick up that's a 3-6-10, but she had a double going into that frame. She's got a much better game going on this game than she did in the first game on 1 and 2. It was a good shot by Jonah. It was a ring 7 or flat 7 pin, but it was still a good shot. Malia Arroyo on the approaching 5. She's got a pretty good game going on. The 2-pin looked like it was a little bit off spot. Hunter Stone trying to convert a spare attempt here. Oh, that's not ideal. Looked like that one might have stuck to his hand a little bit. He's a little bit confused on. Oh, that's the same order you had before? Who is it? Got it. Emmanuel Guevara, the 3rd, just threw a ball down lane 9. It sounds like a pitch, but I got screened out as a strike. It scored it as like he left a 4-pin when it struck. Yeah, struck for him and made it a double. He started out the game with a 3-bagger for a couple spares, and then he got a double in the 6th and 7th frame. Russell Boss on lane 5. He just threw a strike for the 3rd time in 4 frames, starting to get something going there. Dominic Gibson Smith on lane 1. Looks like he's got it's either a 9-pin or a 5-pin. That's a 5-pin. James Drebel just threw a Brooklyn strike, but he doesn't really know what happened there. Either that or he knows he threw it so bad, he's like, what the hell? He's the young man that finished off the first game with the front 7 and he's leading the strike. Having the greatest game on this pair of lanes. He picks up this spare and strikes out. It's going to be 186 scratch. He did pick it up. Almost didn't, but he picked it up. I think Adam's moving too fast. I think he's trying to create too much effort. Color lane. Devin Richards trying to pick up the 6 count. In the 8th frame. Ooh, that's not ideal. He's going to get open for Devin. If he strikes out, he can shoot right. He kind of needs to. Ooh. Almost a nice conversion from Benson Roney. That's going to be a scratch for him, so he's give him 167. Yeah, that's kind of how I thought it was going to go for the guys that are on 1 and 2 right now. They're coming off 11 and 12. Probably going to go about the same way for the people that are on 11 and 12 right now in the next game. I haven't really said much about them down there. There's a couple of things going on down there.
That's a tough scare. Since he gets a little
10th frame on lane 3. He strikes here to 1. With a ball change, little strike. 171 scratch, 231 in his handicap. Caitlin Knight, she picks this pair up. Trying to scratch entry. Devin Richards getting up on the approach on lane 1 right now. Just crossed over Brooklyn. 9. That's so much different than mine too. Amanda Kiang. I thought she made that. Caesar Medina had a 3-bagger. The ball just crossed over. So Caitlin Knight did strike for the Devin his 9th count in the 9th. He strikes out in the 10th now. 9. Just got a 3-bagger. Leah Royal can pick this up. It does look like she's going to pick it up. Yep, that's fair. Good shot. So if she picks this up, it's 129 scratch, 216 in the handicap. Pierce Mclaughlin shot 190 scratch the second game. Aiden Browning was the gentleman that started with the front 4 of this game. Or he left a couple of spares. Opened the 7th frame. Hasn't struck since the 4th frame. Gets the 3 and the 10th. It's going to be 210 scratch. I wish I knew what that. Excuse me. Manual can ball, right? That was a great snap. Good shot. Probably be one. Shots in the 10th frame, 39. Logan Tag has a second count staring at him. That was your leader in the Scratch Division at this shot in the second game. Long, making spares, keeping it clean. Getting up. Getting up there. Spare in the 7th frame. Pick this. Yes. Purple hammer. Lane 11. So that part of the 10th frame is going to chance to shoot 200 scratch with 68 pins. That's going to be a big one. Lane next to him. Jackson Bay, if he gets these last. It looks like he did pick it up.
Those like some little mini fried pretzel sticks.
Yeah, those are pretzel sticks.
Those are good.
What is that? Like beer cheese or just regular nacho cheese? Okay.
Should have let y'all hear it so it could be like a promo for the ball. Sticks. Yeah. I just ate breakfast not that long ago. I'll probably get into those. Brian Blatt. A double going into the 10th frame. If he strikes out here, it'll be back 5 for 223. Edison Greenbaum is the gentleman that started out with the front, I think it was front 6 in this game. Daniel Lynn finished the game with a 173 stretch. Brian Blatt, 8-pound in the first shot in the 10th frame. He did convert it though. So Brian Blatt strikes in the fill box at 201. Might be time to like jump his own nuts or something for him. My apologies as I missed a lot of the first 2 pairs finishing. I didn't see any of the score. I was watching some of the highlights. 1, 2, 3, and 4, really 5 and 6, and 7 and 8 have all finished the second game. James Don was 9 and 10, 11 and 12, being a little bit slow. Justice Wedebar shot 163 strikes the second game. Samantha Gardenhouse had a spare in the 10th frame. She strikes with 137 scratch. I can't see what her handicap is. I believe that's 52. So 137. Handicap. Evan Posey found some things, pulled really well at the end of the first shot in the second game, only 8. Eleven and 12 just finished up. They headed down to 1 and 2. All right, so everybody's changed over. Nobody's still bowling in the second game. Dominic Gibson Smith up on the approach on 4 to start off the second game. Still throwing that redemption solid. That's good. Get those the ball really good though. Jackson Day should be up there pretty high after 2 games in the standings after that last game. Coming up on 2 to start off the 3rd game. Crunch. Good ball. Gibson Smith cleaned that spare up. Ayala on 3. He threw the ball really good too. Just some of these guys are too far left and trying to create too much angle for what they can do and what they're trying to do and what they're throwing. And that kid doesn't have a ton of hands, but he's too far left. That was a good ball for Dylan Beck on lane 4, throwing his end ball. Jonah Huckenstein coming up on lane 4, the lefty from Naples. A pretty big game, the second game. Spared the first shot, or the first frame in this game. That ball hooked a lot, and it doesn't look like he really understands why. I don't really either, to be honest with you. James Drebel, the third. Almost makes it a double to start off this game, throwing his end ball. Creating a bit of angle also. That was a very good spare by Jonah Huckenstein on lane 4. Ryan Black finished off that game in the last game really well. Started off this game with a crossover strike. Edison Greenbaum was our guy with the front 6 in the first game. He was throwing urethane and then got out of it at some point and really struggled with it. He just hit the Brooklyn strike on lane 1. He doesn't really understand why I'm in Brooklyn, and it's because what do we say? Lane 1 hooks 5 boards more than lane 2.
Oh, really? Okay.
I know I'm being quiet. I'm just observing. Trent Guilford actually have something down there. He's trying to harness that power. Got into some green ball. It might be a payback. I don't know. But it doesn't seem to be as flippy as whatever he started the tournament with. Edison Greenbaum on lane 2. Yeah, see. That was the kid that I said that crossed over Brooklyn went striking the first frame in lane 1. Now he's trying to do the same thing on lane 2, but it didn't hook it because you don't know. And when you don't know, you don't know. That was a good ball and it didn't strike. That's insane. Trying not to get my foot stepped on. Yeah. Yep. Dominic Gibson Smith threw a really good shot in the second frame. It should have struck and would have struck for the same price probably 10 other times, but didn't. And left the 7 pin. That's tough from Benson Roney. Started out double and then a spare before another strike, and then stood in the gutter there. Let's see. Trent Guilford getting up on the approach on lane number 9 with a strike in the first frame, trying to make it a double. I could probably look at the scores after 2 games and pull them up. Yep, here we go. Okay. I'll give you this. Trent at the 4 pin. Anybody else got anything on before I look down at these scores? That was really tough. Casey Reynolds started the game with a strike. Just threw another really good shot on lane number 12, and it left us nasty little 7 pin. All right, so the handicap division after 2 games. First place is going to be Tanner Solender. He shot a 199 in that second game. Put him at 476 for 2 games. Second place is going to be Russell Boss, 2 pins behind him. Third place is Benjamin Harper, 19 pins behind. Fourth place is going to be Lexi Lanius, shot that 155 the second game, scratch. She's at 451, 25 pins behind. First place. Fifth place is going to be Jake DeRosa with a 449, 2 pins behind Lexi. Sixth place is going to be Jake's brother Joseph. He's going to be 5 pins behind Jake. Seventh place is Jacob Bishop Schneider, coming in 2 pins behind Joseph DeRosa. Eighth place is RJ Millert, bowler from Naples, shot that 171 the second game with scratch. He's at 438. He's 4 pins behind 7th place. 9th place is Hunter Stowell. It's Crystal and Brian's son. He's at 435. 10th place is going to be Jalen Faust at 434, 1 pin behind Hunter. 11th place, first guy out, Edison Greenbaum, shot a 432 for 2 games. 12th place, Amanda Kiang, 421. 13th place is Casey Ramos with a 417. I'm going to switch over to the scratch division. Scratch division. After 2 games, James Drebel, the third, shot a 182 scratch the second game. He's at 2 pins under. He shot a 398 scratch. Nobody's plus right now through 2 games. And actually, I just looked up, and if anybody's watching for the gentleman is fixing to get up on lane 2, Brian Blatt has the first 2. Looking to make a 3-bagger. And Devin Richards just got his first strike of the 3rd game on lane 4. Let's see if Brian does it before I start reading off the scratch scores. Can't see it. Oh, that was a good ball. Good ball, kid. All right, scratch division. First place, James Drebel, 182 scratch second game. He's 2 pins under. Second place, Emmanuel Guevara shot that big 221 game in the last game. He's 4 pins under, 2 pins behind the lead. Third place, Jackson Day shot 207 the second game. He's 2 pins behind, 4 pins behind the lead. Fourth place, Pierce Mclaughlin, 190 scratch. He is 18 pins behind the lead. Fifth place, Logan Tegg, 24 pins behind the lead. Sixth place, Brian Blatt, 28 pins behind the lead. Seventh place, Devin Richards, 40 pins back. Eighth place, Dominic Gibson Smith, 45 pins back. Ninth place is Daniel Lynn at 54 pins behind. 10th place is Daniel Brooks at 56 pins behind. 11th place, first guy out, is Joseph Ledabar. He's 1 pin out of the cut. 12th place is Caden Brenning. Had a really good start to the last game and then struggled, kind of limped into the finish. He's 9 pins out of the cut. 13th place, Caitlin Knight is 13 pins out of the cut. Adam Belloff, local bowler, is 16 pins out of the cut in 14th place. We have got 4 more games, this game and 3 more. Excuse me. We've got this game and 2 more before we cut half the field from each division and do a 1-game, basically position round, more or less, to determine the top 5 for the step ladder for each division. Caesar Medina has gotten some things rolling here in the last 2 games. Had a really tough first game. I'm trying to see where he's at in the standings. I believe that he's in the handicap division. Yeah, he had a tough first game. Shot 102, scratched the first game, but then followed it up with a 183. Started the first game on 1 and 2 and switched over to 3 and 4. He shot, where'd it go? 183, scratch, and now he's opened up this game with an open and then a double and then another open and then another double. So if he can stop opening there, he may run right up the leaderboard here after this game. Jonah Huckenstein up on the approach on lane 4. Started out this game with a couple of spares before he opened in the third frame. That's a good looking ball. I just looked a lot. We'll start the transition, boys and girls. Ryan Black is your only competitor for this third game with the front anything. He's got the front 3. He's getting up on the approach on lane 4 here in a minute to try and make the front 4. Edison Greenbaum is up on the approach right now on lane 2. Started out with a strike and a couple of spares. That's a good looking ball. Oops. Oh, Jonah chopped that spare. That was really close. Dominic Gibson Smith up on the approach on lane 4 right now. This kid does the ball really good. He's struggling a little bit this game, but does it really good right now. That looks like a perfect game. I don't know, man. I think you had it going on with that. Definitely. Brian Black got the 4th one. I missed it. Darn it. Adam Belloff up on the approach on lane 6 right now. Trying to convert the baby split. Does so the hard way. Guilford is up on the approach on 9. We're going to strike. He had a strike and an open before that strike. Made it a double. He's got something going on there with whatever that green ball is. Switch to Jackson Day. Looks like he crossed over for a Brooklyn to make it a 3-bagger, but 4 out of 5 so far to start the third game. Daniel Brooks has started off his game with a bunch of 9 spares. He's trying to get on the strike train here on lane 2. He throws the ball pretty good too, but I think he's creating too much angle through the front part of the lane like a lot of it is. Part of what happens when you create too much angle through the front part of the lane is you gotta throw something that's real skid flippy. So you don't get it exactly to your spot. And you don't get it far enough out of your spot, it looks up with the face of those broken. Or if you throw it out past your spot, it doesn't float enough. When you tighten up your angles on something that's real tight and real tough like this, you get something that's bigger and slower or a urethane ball. And you control the back part of the pattern in the pocket. And then eventually you're going to have to get one and get something that's skid flippy. But because of the way if they break them down right, because of the way that you broke them down, that ball isn't so skid flippy. It doesn't get so like it starts up earlier. You know what I mean? Lane 2, Brian Black, the front floor 4, getting up there to try and make the front 5. Good looking ball. You got it. It's pretty impressive on that pair of lanes. Biella throws the ball really good. Devin Richards just trying to do too much, I think. James Drumble is third. He's about to get up there on the approach on lane 3. Right after Devin tries to convert the spare. He converts. Devin Hart. Shot in the first shot. Trying to make it, keep this game mostly clean. On lane 5, didn't do so. Caesar shot or Caesar shot, man. Isn't that a boxer? Caesar Medina, I'm not sure how you pronounce his last name. Getting up on the approach on 6. Got a pretty good game. I need to get down to the high end. I'm off crossing. Jackson Day had 5 out of the first 6, but he just let a 7 count and converted it. Emmanuel Guevara was the kid that shot the 221 in the last game. Shot up the standings and ended in 3rd or 4th place. And he is really, really struggling in this game. Only 11-12. He hasn't thrown a strike yet. I think that's going to be more of a product of pattern transition than anything. Benson Roney on lane 5 and 6. He just missed that spare. So he can only punch out with 207, but he had a really good game going into that. Had he made that spare, it could potentially be 229, honestly. Brian Blatt about to take the approach on lane 1, has the front 5. Cross it over with a 5. Logan Posey on lane 9, lane 8, just let him go. Cross over on Brooklyn. Not doing too bad. Shot that decent game the last game. Shot up the standings a little bit. Probably going to go back up the standings some more after this game. We can put it together. Only got 1 open so far. He's in the 7th frame. And open within the 2nd frame. I'll walk down to the high end. I haven't talked much about them this game. On 10 right now in the 6th frame. Further out the outside, you don't have to do it with urethane. You have to do it with a little bit of loft too. Because the front part of the lane, doing it with urethane. but the back ends are hooking too much for anything but your thing that you're gonna play out there. Unless you're lugging tag and you can just like smooth, slow roll of Helios down there. Really thought that was a good shot. So trying to go for that. 5 and 6 moving pretty fast. Has a spare at the 9th frame. If he goes. Belloff got the first one in the. There's 7 crash. He's going to give him 246 with his handicap. It's going to shoot him up the standings a little bit. RJ Miller pulls a little bit in this game, but got the first strike at the 10th. So if he gets the next 2, it's going to be 133 with his handicap. Adam Belloff ended up going 9 second 2 shots in the 10th frame for a 190 with his handicap. Or I'm sorry, 190 scratch. Tough time with this game. I mean, really struggling with this game. Joseph let a ball out on lane 12, going 11 and 12 for this game. Just do a crushing strike. Got a really good game going right now, though. He's going to shoot way up. Daniel Lynn. Nice clean game going right here. Five and 6, Caitlin Wright shot 151 with a scratch. Season with 176 scratch with his handicap. That gives him 235. He's going to shoot himself. Attempted to pick this 1-2.
Like really fuzzy urethane. I think you got to get in. I think you got to get in.
Brian Black.
5 before you went 9 spare. He was open for 9 spare. Big game. 5 before he went 9 spare, and then he was open for 9 spare. Big game.
Tending to pick up a 4-7. That's a 2-4.
The first ones are definitely
Brooks got a pretty good game in this clean game. Started out with 5 straight spares before he had a double, and then another spare in the 8th frame. Just left an 8 count. Pick it up right here and keep it a clean game. Brian Black taking the approach on lane 2. The young kid that had front 5 to start this game. If he strikes here and gets all 3 in the 10th, it's going to be 246 scratch. It's going to be a huge game. Ball was a little in, and he left a big 4. That's not ideal. Trent had a nice frame. Messenger over there, duck out early. Benjamin Harper, what's going on lane 8 right now. He's going to shoot himself up the standings too. He's having a really good game here. He's getting like 94. Yeah. He's having a big game for somebody with that much handicap. Emmanuel Guevara got himself on the strike train in the 9th frame. He's fixing to take the. Good looking ball. Didn't come back good at him. Stowe fresh out the 10th frame going down the lane. Looking good. Kick it. Oh, it is. That's a bad break. Still going to be a really good game for him, but if that 7 pin would have fell, it could have been a lot better. If he takes 2 out of the 3 off, it's going to be a 116 scratch. Getting as much handicap as he does. He'll give him 250 for his handicap. Good job, kid. You got 2 of them. That gives him the 116. It's 245 with his handicap. That's going to shoot him off. Emmanuel Guevara shot 153 scratch. Daniel Lynn's up on the approach on lane 11. Got a strike in the 9th frame. And if he strikes out, I think it's going to be 225 scratch, which is going to be big for the scratch division. Let's see. The 3rd on 3 and 4 shot 157 scratch entry. Dylan Isle shot 175 scratch with it. He got the game 231. Jackson Day was pretty high up in the standings going into this game. Shot 188 scratch, punched out in the 10th to do it. Daniel Brooks on the approach on lane 1 right now. Got the first one in the 10th. If he gets this one in, the next one it's going to be 195 scratch. Got the second one. That was a really good ball. That was very good. Randy, I striking the 9th and the first one in the 10th. He's on lane 3. On the approach now, it's going to be 179 if he strikes out. That's a scratch entry. $195 scratch is a good game. Brian Blatt, who I don't know what he was going into this game, he opened, but he left the big corner. But if he strikes out here, 2 corners scratch, he's going to shoot up a little bit. Caden Brenning, Caden Brenning had a 177 scratch that game on 9 and 10. Probably going to keep Brenning about the same spot, maybe shoot him a little bit. But Daniel Lynn ended up in the back 4 down there 11 and 12 for the 225 scratch this 3rd game. Joseph Ledebar's up on 11 now. That ball crossed over. Might take it. Nope. It's going to be a 6 pin.
6 pin. So if he converts this and strikes from the full ball, it's going to be 187 scratch. Ryan, lane 11, got the first one in the 10th. Second shot, 6 count with a double wood. So if he picks up 210, easily choppable roll. That's funny. Did end up chopping it for 209. 209, still a good game. He's going to go up the standings. Dominic Gibson Smith on lane number 3, switching on the approach. He's struggling this game. That's the kid that throws the ball very, very well. Throwing a purple hammer. Like, it's not, but it ain't got no stuff. He's likely going to be able to hit a ball for 13. That's a good shot there. So we got a double going into the second shot in the 10th. If he shuts out, it's 181. Scratch.
146, 160, 118.
How's it going? Not too bad. I was supposed to do it. Okay. He was 1 pin, 1 cut. You know. He just bowled a 180 something, so he should make it up over the cut. But
Yeah. 184 that game, 11 12.
yeah. That's a tough pin. Oh, yeah. You ever want anything like that? Me? Yeah. Not this hard, no.
All right. Dominic picked up his spare. It's going to be 168 scratch, and that's the final ball of the third game.
No.
160, 118.
Did you practice it on it? Oh. Yeah, it's a tough pattern. You know what the pattern is.
It sounds like USB-C masters.
Yeah, just straight oil on it. So there's stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, I played on the floor.
Oh, okay.
But I got rid of my other ball that was.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that.
People are around late. There's not really a whole lot to talk about right this minute. So I'm going to take a minute to tell everybody about next week. Next weekend, we've got, for those of you guys, adults that like to bowl on patterns, we've got a pattern tournament here next weekend, Saturday, on the 21st, I believe it is. Check-in starts at 2, bowl at 3 o'clock. It's a 6-game top 5 step ladder. It's on the 2022 version of the Wayne Red pattern, which I believe is 38 feet for this year. And they just put the info, a handful of big-time bowlers that are planning on coming down and bowl for that. I'm going to do everything in my power to get them to call it. But just looking at the Facebook post from last night, like, Lee Ratchen's going to be here. Tom Hankey's going to be here. Our proprietor's champion from this year is going to be here. His name is escaping me off the top of my head right this minute. Let me pull it up.
Here we go. Our defending champion is going to be here. Robert Hilton. Scott Cobb. Larson is the name that was escaping me a minute ago, and I don't know how. John planning on being here. Jordan Frazier's going to be here. John Kowski's he's not going to be here. Scott Chakosky's going to be here. The great John Janowitz is going to be here. Tom Bosquez is planning on coming. Ryan Constantine's down here. Ryan Williams is down here. So, Lee, you need to work your magic and get your boy down here. But it's going to be a good time. $60 entry fee. I'm sure more of the Weber guys are going to be here than what I just named off. It's just the two that said they were going to be here so far. Like I said, this info was just released last night, like 8 o'clock last night. $60 entry fee. It's a 1-to-4 pay ratio. It's a 6-game qualifier, and then we cut to a top 5 step ladder. There isn't a position round game or anything like that. They will pay more than the top 5. Depending on entry fees, like I said, it's a 1-in-4 pay ratio. There will be a Nassau. There will be brackets. There is an eliminator. So plenty of opportunity to come down and make. There are a couple of frames into this game. Actually, one of the pairs is only like a half a frame into the game. Got on 7 and 8. Gavin Hart has started out the front. I believe that Ron just came out of the office, so that means that the standings after 3 games should be updated. Not yet. Nope, not yet. No. No, Devin, no. Woo-wee, buddy, they're hard right now. On lane 7 has opened up this game with 2 strikes, and then he just chopped it. Tempting to have a spare in the 3rd frame, and he chopped it. Randy Ayala throws the ball pretty good. A lot of power there, too.
Daniel Brooks on 3 and 4 has just opened up this game. Looked really good doing it. Joseph Ledebar is up on the approach on lane 2, trying to convert a 10-pin. Sorry, that's a 6-pin. Ooh, and hooked. It's so easy to do. So easy to do. This isn't exactly the same flat pattern that they ran in this year's U.S. Open. Everybody knows that they run a flat pattern at the U.S. Open, at least one of the squads. It used to be just a flat pattern the entire time. But this isn't the exact same pattern as the flat pattern from the U.S. Open this year, but it ain't that much different. And I'm pretty sure it was Jake Peters that was quoted multiple times after he went. I think he averaged almost 210 for the day. I think it was a 6-game block. I think he went like 54, 58 or something over, or something like that. He was quoted multiple times as saying, it's just too plastic all day long. I think it was a Radical Spy, so it was, plastic ball with a big fat giant core in it, but he just threw plastic all day long until 1-3. That's basically all he did. He tried to control his speed to get it to go through the pocket the best he could. Oh. This pattern on the fresh is one of the toughest patterns there is. When you break it down, there's no real set way to break a flat pattern down. However you feel best about doing it. So when that happens, they can get really, really tricky. And I think that's kind of what we're starting to see right now. They're really, really tricky right now. Except Jackson Day and Daniel Brooks on lane 3 just doing whatever they want, it seems like. See if Daniel Brooks can make this a 3-bagger on lane 3. Little in. All right, let's check the scores. They got to be in by now.
Nope, not yet. Nothing yet.
Adam Belloff's taking the approach on lane 7 right now. He's starting to get it together a little bit. I mean, he did just come off of a spin, but spare strike spare before that. That was a nice little spare by Jake DeRosa there on the baby split on the left-hand side. He's opened up this game with an open and then a strike and spare. Ryan Blatt, the kid that had the front 5 that game, the last game, but I think he finished off with, I think it was a 209. He's opened up this game with 2 straight spares before he just threw a strike in the 3rd frame.
Right.
a good shot by Russell Boss. Kicking it. See if Russell can make this 7. Stay there. Good shot, kid. Right. Another spare on 9 and 10. Rose might be starting to find stride. This game. Over is a little weaker than that green ball you're throwing, but he can't get it to go through the pins right now. I think once the standings through 3 games come out, that I'm going to give them to you guys. I'm going to probably put this one. Everything. Must have a computer problem. Some of the third game scores are in, not all of them. Down on 11-12, Pierce Mclaughlin is not quite up. He's going to be game very well. Game very well. There, attaboy. To a gutter in the first, ball in the 5th frame, but covered and picked up. That was very good. 9 and 10. Still trying to play a little straight, but I don't know. That ball's too strong for it. Mclaughlin's getting up and approach on 11 now. Started with a double spare strike in the 4th. They're up after 3 games, so I'm going to give you the handicap standings, and then we're going to go through the scratch. So after 3 games in the handicap, there's actually a tie for first place between Benjamin Harper and Russell Boss at 706. Coming in 3rd place is Hunter Stowell, 26 pins behind the tie for first place. 4th place is Lexi Lenius with a 674. She's 6 pins behind Hunter Stowell. 5th is Tanner Solender. It's a 671. 6th place is a tie also between Jake Snyder and Jake Mendoza with a 669.
8th place is Amanda King with a 6:48. 9th place is Dylan Beck with a 6:44. 10th place is Joseph DeRosa, 1 pin behind Dylan Beck. And that is your cut line. Top 10 position. Place is 5 pins. Caesar Medina had a 6:38. And Greenbaum is 6:35, and 13th place is Ian Williams at 6:26. 14th and 15th is a tie between Casey 6:24. Sorry, 14th was a tie between Malaya. James Alert is in 16th place is a 6:19. Scratch side. Scratch first place Jackson 18 pin under. Second place was Brian Platt, the gentleman that shot 209 in the second game. He's 25 place. Fourth place was James Drebel. He is 27 pins behind the lead. Fifth place was Emmanuel Guevara. He's 33. This was Daniel Brooks, 43 pins back. Seventh place was Pierce McLaughlin, 9 pins back. Eighth place was Joseph Ledabar, 55 pins behind. Eighth place, Gibson Smith, 59 pins behind. 10th place, Adam Belloff, 64 pins behind. 8th inning. 12th place, cut. 13th place, Devin Richards, 25 pins out of the cut. 14th place, Caitlin, 36 pins out of the cut. Place somebody come and tell me batteries are dying. So I will talk to you guys here shortly. Excuse me real quick. All right, boys and girls, I'm back. Took this mic off the charge for a little bit. We got the game 4 scores in. I'll give you who's where going into this last game, and then I'll kind of tell you about what's going on. So, on the handicap side, Russell Boss is your leader after the 4th game with a 966 score. Second place is Benjamin Harper, 44 pins behind him at 92. Third place with Malia Wright, 99 lead. Fourth place was Hunter Stowell at 895, 71 pins behind the lead. Fifth place, Tanner Solender with an 885, 81 pins behind the lead. Sixth place, Jacob Bishop Snyder, 86 pins behind the lead. Seventh place, Jake DeRosa with an 879, 87 pins behind the lead, only 1 pin behind the guy in front of him. Eighth place, Amanda Yang with an 876, 90 pins behind the lead. Ninth place, Beck, 102 pins behind the lead. 10th place, in your cut line, Joseph DeRosa, 103 pins behind the lead, so he's only 3 pins behind the guy in front of him. 11th place, your first man out, RJ Malert, is only 3 pins out. 12th place, Lexi Lenyus, 7 pins out. 13th place, Casey Ramos, 31 pins out. 14th place, Cesar Medina, 36 pins out. 15th place, Edison Green, 42 pins out. 16th place, Benson Roney, 53 pins out. 65 pins out. 18th place, Caleb Ayala, 68 pins out. 19th place, Ian Williams, 69 pins out. 20th place, Huckenstein, 175 pins out. And 21st place, Samantha Greenhouse, 191 pins out.
You want to announce them or you want me to walk around with them?
On the scratch side, last game on the scratch side was Brian Blatt after a 217 scratch this 4th game. 2 pins under 800, 798 score. Second, I think we might be getting an announcement here in a second, but I'm going to keep going until we. Second place, Jackson Day on the scratch side with a 181 in the 4th game. 35 pins behind. Third place, James Drebhold, 3rd, 36 pins behind, so only a pin behind 2nd place. 4th place, Pierce McLaughlin, 8 pins behind. 5th place, Joseph Letabar, who scared the hell out of him. Daniel Brooks, 73 pins behind in 6th place. 7th place, Ken. 8th place, Barra, 101 pins out of the lead. 9th place, Dominic Gibson Smith, 108 pins out of the lead. 10th place, your cut line, 111. Your Bubble Boy pins out of the cut. Logan Togg is 23 pins out of the cut. 13th place, Knight is 26 pins out of the cut. 14th place, Gavin Hart is 58 pins. Devin Richards, 63 pins out of the cut. 16th place, Randy Ayala is 81 pins out of the cut. 17th place, Justin Rose is 95 pins out of the cut. 18th place and 19th place are a tie between Evan Posey and Trent Guilford, and they're both 104 pins out of the cut. 20th place is Zachary Kimball. He's 145 pins out of the cut. And 21st place, Tyler Wright. He's 168 pins out of the cut line. We are halfway or more through this 5th and final game of qualifying on lanes 1 and 2. Jalen is up. Just about everybody on this pair is really game going. He is up on the approach crazy.
off. I believe that's still an open. Daniel is on the right now in lane 4. Just a strike on lane 1. Daniel Lynn just 3-0 spare. He started this game off pretty good. He started off with a strike and then a couple of spares and a strike there before he just opened the last frame. This 8 count that he's got in front of him is in the 7th frame. Lanes 5 and 6. Brian Black just threw a strike down lane 5, and I believe that was your leader in the scratch division after the first or after the. He started out with a spare and an open and another spare before he finally threw a strike in the 4th. Strike just threw there in the 7th frame. Jackson Day was right behind him going into this game. Open strike, spare, strike, another spare, then 2 straight opens. He's getting up on the approach on 5 for lane number 3. Looked good going down there, but just was a little lazy off the back end. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a pitch black. Joseph Letterbar just rushed one. He's got a really good game going on 3 and 4 for what's going on right now in this pattern and how tough it is. He's opened up this game with spare, strike, spare, and then a double before he opened in the 6th frame. That was a strike there in the 7th frame on lane 4. Jackson Day is going to try and convert this 2-pin here in the 8th frame on 5, and it looks good. Yep, it's conversion. Ian Williams is up on the approach on lane number 6. I'm going to switch back to the handicap standings. I feel like he was pretty high up there. No, I'm sorry, he was not. Just go big the 8th frame. And he was in 9th place in the handicap division going into this lane, so into this game. So he is cementing himself into the position round game right now. Lanes 9 and 10 in that. You're going to find Adam Belloff and Benson Roney. Actually, I'm on the scratch. Benson Roney. The scratch guy. Adam Belloff was in this game. Game going. If he strikes out, he's going to shoot 11. He's getting up for the first shot in the 10th right now on lane number 9. Benson Roney threw the first shot in the 10th. Adam left a 9 count. It looks like it's a 9 pin, too. So if he picks this up and strikes, it's 200 even. He's going to be in. Benson 53 pins out of the cut line going in this game. He picked up that 8 count. And if he strikes, it's a 194 scratch. 52 pins. That's going to be a 240, I believe, 4. With his handicap, that could easily get him in there, honestly. Good shot. Throws a messenger. Wiggles the 10. It's a 193 scratch. 245. Yeah, that could get him in there. Actually, really good. Hunter Stowell getting up on the approach just on lane number 1. He's got a really good game going. Gonna get him. He was to begin with. He was in 4th place going on another game. Remember if all pins drop or not going in the last game. Devin Richards getting up on the approach on lane 7. He's got a half a decent game going. Lanes are right now, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get him into the position round game, unfortunately. James Drebhold, the third, up on the approach on lane 8 right now with a decent game going. I believe that's a 3-9. He was in third place going into this game. So he's probably going to be bowling another game at least. One and two is just tearing these kids apart. Emmanuel Guevara, the third, up on the approach on lane 4 right now, was in 8th place in the scratch division.
Do not leave. If you're in the junior gold qualifier, do not leave. We'll figure that all out before or after we get the game started. So give us a minute if you're in the junior gold qualifier.
I saw that. He's definitely bowling at least one more game.
Oh, yeah?
All right. Emmanuel Guevara, the third, left an 8 count in the 9th frame, picked the top. If he strikes out, it's going to be 181 scratch. Should be enough to keep him in there. Let's see. Logan Tagg has a fill ball left on lane 11 to finish off this game here to shoot 176 scratch. He was 23 pins out of the cut line going into the game, so anything could happen there. The ball's away. Right of the head pin is a 7 count, so that's going to be 173. I don't know that that's going to be enough for him. Oh, you never know. Until it's over. Caitlin Knight, 9, the first 2 in the 10th. This last she was only 3 pins behind Logan, but that's probably not. If his game isn't going to be enough to get him there, this game ain't going to be enough to get her there. Joseph Bargain on the approach on 4 has a pretty good game. He was in 5th going into this game. That's an interesting game. I think it's a 5-10. I thought it was a 1-10 for him. Emmanuel Guevara, the third, left back. Good. For the fill ball now, he was in 5th place going into this game. Did not get the shot. Not even enough. It's definitely going to be enough to move him up probably a little bit. So, Dylan Beck, 9 count, the first ball in the 10th.
He was in 9th place going into last game in the handicap division. Gets 56 a game, so that would be 236 with his handicap. That's going to definitely be enough to keep him in the show. Daniel Lynn up on the approach on lane 3. Got the first one in the 10th. If he strikes out, it's 179 scratch. I don't know that that is going to be enough to get him in the show because he was out already. But you never know. He was the cut line. He was 6 pins out, so actually they could very well get him in, depending on what happens with Dominic Gibson Smith. He's having an up and down game. Adam Belloff. Where did Adam go? I think he finished down there, and then he already took those scores away. I don't know what it was. Yeah, he did finish on 1 repair, but I didn't see it in the end of game score. Daniel into a 7 count in the second. So if he picks it up, it's 160. I don't know. Yeah, he did pick. Randy is up on the approach on lane 7 now. He can throw the last 3 for 202. The first one, albeit, but he got kind of hard to not go Brooklyn right now. He's like on fire. Hunter Stowell finished the last game with a 18 scratch. That kid's probably going to be second or third place going into this. Letabar 9 spare. Ryan Black is your scratch. In the next game. Approach on lane 5 right now. If he throws the 3 in the 10th, it'll be 188 scratch. Gentleman in second place in this game was Jackson Day and only shot 130. Position out here, but he's probably not in second place anymore. Who is the other? Their last. Is in 6th. Randy Ayala went strike 3 count from 195. That's the last game. Where was he at? Blatt, your leader, went 9 spare at the beginning of the 10th frame, so if he strikes here in the fill ball, it's 160. These are torched. So you're real interested here by the time we get to the championship. Unless they're doing a real. That was a good shot. There's only 1 left bowling. Just throwing a spare right now. Dominic Gibson Smith is going to be coming for his match. Because he was in 9th going into this game.
He's looking at 179 scratch. I don't know that I've seen anybody throw all three in the 10th yet. Kid throws the ball good, though. On fire. He got the first one in the 10th. They crossed over. So he's still on that 179 pace. He's locked, though. That was a really good shot, Dominic. That was such a good shot. My God, that second shot was good. So he just one out there and didn't go in the gutter and got a 7 count on a fill ball for a 176 crack. That second shot was good. That wraps it up for the 5 games of qualifying. Thing works. I don't think it has anything to do with anything that happens from here on out. I think I'll find out in a few minutes. But we're gonna have probably, I would say probably a 10-ish, maybe 15-minute. Yeah. Top five. But yeah, we'll be back in a few.
We'll give you 2 minutes of practice.
All right, the lanes are fixing to come on for practice time for 2 minutes of practice time for the position round game. I'm going to give you a rundown of the top 10, and it's kind of going to be where they're bowling at, too, at the same time. We're going to be using 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 for the Handicap Division roll-off game.
Report to your lanes.
And we're going to be using 9 and 10, 11 and 12 scratch division roll-off game. Handicap on lanes 5 and 6. Your top 2 qualifiers are Russell Boss in first place with a 12-10 score and Benjamin Harper in second place with an 11:51. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right. So, yeah, Russell Boss first place with total score. Yeah, it does. With a 12-14 score. Second place was Benjamin Harper with an 11:51 score. Those 2 gentlemen are going to be bowling on lane 5 and 6, starting on lane 5. Third, fourth, and fifth place was Stowell in third place with 11:42. Amanda King with an 11:26. And Tanner Slender with an 11:18. They're all going to be starting. Going to be your next guy for handicap. Starting on lane 7 is going to be Malaya Royal with an 11:16 for 5 games, and Jacob Bishop Snyder in 7th place with an 11:14. And in 8th place, Dylan Beck. And starting on lane 8 is going to be Dylan Beck with an a 10. Was RJ Malert with a 10.95. 10th place was Jake DeRosa with a 10.87. They're all going to be starting on 7, specifically on the scratch side. Qualifiers on the scratch side were Brian Blatt and James Drebhol. They're both going to be starting on lane 9. Your next 3 qualifiers are going to be Joseph Ledebar, Daniel and Jackson Day. Those 3 are going to be starting on lane 10. Your next 2 guys going to be starting on lane 11. It'll be Pierce Mclaughlin and Adam Belloff. And round starting on lane 12 is going to be Dominic Gibson Smith, Caden Brenning, and Emmanuel Guevara. This is going to be a 1-game scenario. All the pins from the first 5 carried over, including the handicap